Hello everyone. Oops, I forgot some things. So because why would I remember to do everything? There we go. Now my, PNGTuber is there. So, it's been a while since I've done Luigi U on stream, or at least any percent. The last time I did this on stream was in May of 2024. And as the title for the stream will imply, this used to be the primary thing I streamed back in 2020. And we're only doing this because you guys, the community, managed to complete the community challenge for me to do this stream. You somehow managed to pool all your channel points to force me to do this. So I think let's just get started with our first run. Oops, ignore that. Because, of course, I don't have my, OBS and live split at all synced up. Okay, let me make sure that I'm... So, one thing here to know is that I am comparing against my 2020 PB, but I'm playing on the Switch too, so because of that, I'm going to be saving a bunch of time, basically completely for free, because the Switch 2 makes the loads just so much faster. So our real goal is, well, one, to get a PB, but to get a PB that would still be better even if we were comparing to what the Switch 1 time would be on the Switch 2. Because, like, here, we're probably going to be a bit behind what my actual PB does, but I'm probably still going to be ahead because of the load times. Which, I don't know if that's exactly the best thing in the world, but that is how things go, I guess. Now, because of the fact, I kind of picked the Switch version just because of the fact that that was what I had my capture card plugged into, and I didn't really feel like switching it. Because, unless if something crazy happens, I don't exactly intend to be doing this in the long run. A lot of these split names were things I came up with in like 2021. And so because of that, they're not exactly the most... I don't know if current me agrees with them entirely. I mean, I've changed a few of them. Ding ding. Of course, I can't, you know, do what the split name references, because, you know what, that would be crazy. Am I allowed to talk about how I might have indirectly led to the super speed Vine strap being publicized way back when? Okay, who are we kidding? That's me being way too egotistical. Somehow that was one of my best 5-3 ever. Best 5-3 segments. Yes, here we switch to Luigi, and there is a reason that the split name is what it is. Of course, I get tower skip on the very first attempt of the day. Yes, that makes a lot of sense, if you ask me. We're just 17 seconds ahead of my PB right now. Yes. 17 seconds ahead. That is just completely absurd.
Here we go.
You know, the last time I had to do this level, I had to do the secret exit with no power-ups. As Luigi too, I might add.
Oh, secret.
Because it's pretty easy to do that level as Nabbit. And this right here is a good example of why the Switch 2 loads are so beneficial. Because this is an auto-scroller level. And yet, I'm just gonna save 4 seconds over my PB.
Here we go.
For basically free. I realized I forgot to do the thing where you... I know I could get the 3rd star coin, but I'm not gonna do it.
Made it.
I'm just gonna pretend that I got a 36 there, like my split suggests.
Yo, yeah, yo. Here we go.
I like how I still have all this muscle memory somehow from the past, even though it's been a while since I've attempted this, even off camera. I mean, I did attempt this after the Switch too. That's why I have all these golds. And why I'm not golding every single segment.
Made it. Ha. Yeah. Here we go.
This level is a bit brutal here. I don't even know if that is correct, my goal. Because this level, the boss is RNG. It's also just not a level I'm particularly good at, to be honest. This has never been exactly a strong suit of mine. I kind of always lose time on this level no matter what happens. I probably should add, like, I can't do this run, but the next run I should add a pinned message mentioning how the time I'm comparing against is a Switch 1 time, and so I'm gonna save a bunch of time for nothing. Okay. See, this is what I'm talking about with bad RNG. Is that some time loss right there? Because I couldn't hit Hammock quickly. Ah well. Plus, in my actual PB, I lost a lot of time in World 8 because I lost my Acorn, and re-getting Acorn is really difficult in World 8. There's only really one place to regain it, or you have to do some very scuffed strategies, to say the least.
Here we go.
I know that people these days have discovered a strategy to get 89, but I don't know how to do that, and my muscle memory is for when you had to wait a second. Because if you end with an 88, you get fireworks, which is slow. and we are not in the business of being slow. If you're playing as Nabbit, you don't have to worry about fireworks, but on the Switch version, using Nabbit is slower for this level. Congrats on the 10 stream streak. Because, you know, with this game, you have to go to the menu to switch to Nabbit, whereas on the Wii U version, you can just press ZL. No, I think it's ZR. It's one of those buttons. I can't remember which one off the top of my head right now. Because I'm not playing that version. Because I have played on the Wii U version, I've never gotten a time.
Yeah, I'm a winner.
I like how I'm on pace for, like, a gigantic PB. Hello, Arrows. You know, you're just coming in as I'm on pace for a, I don't know, a 30-second PB. Sorry, Arrows. And congrats on being second. You know, I can't control if you're doing something. I just go live when I feel like it. Okay, this was a really scuffed airship. It's really funny because that is like the least problematic place to take damage anywhere in the whole game. I mean, taking damage isn't good. I still do lose time. Because there's an acorn right there. So it's basically as if nothing happened. Although, let's just not lose our acorn in the next level. I'm just gonna throw that into the void. Fun fact here, in my PB, I did not do that. And it is actually... You want to be on the leftmost platform there? Okay, yeah, we lost some time there, but that's fine. We're still so far ahead of PB that it doesn't really matter. Hello, Jade.
Ho-ho!
And congrats on being third. So, you know, Jade, you've come into stream as I'm a little under 40 seconds ahead of a PB I set like over 5 years ago. Yes, I know, crazy. Because, you know, back in the day, I used to be really big into speedrunning this game. Not so much anymore, and I'm only doing this because you guys got enough channel points for this to take place. Now, I am playing on the Switch too, and that's the primary reason I'm so far ahead. Because the Switch 2 makes load times so much faster. You can't even claim that. Also, losing power up here is really bad. Because, you know, nobody that is in this current chat was around the last time I did Luigi U Any % on stream.
Ho-ho! Secret.
Okay, I guess one person was.
Ha!
And congrats on being quote-unquote first. So all of our time save in this level, you can say most of that goodbye.
Here we go.
Because I have to do the exact same thing I did in my PB. Or I have to get an acorn suit. And getting an acorn suit from this level is really, really slow. We have to get fireworks to get an acorn suit. I did this in my PB, so technically speaking, I'm not really losing any time. But, you know, there goes any hope of... Actually, probably not. I can probably still get a sub 27, because my final Bowser split is terrible. So I can probably... But then again, my practice with the final fight is really bad. And my obligatory reminder that the background for this on the Wii U version is different.
Phew, made it. Here we go.
Now, I could be wrong, but I think that might be the only time on this set of splits I have successfully beaten this level, is the PB attempt. Earlier, when we were at 7 Tower, I said something about how that level is one I'm not good at. This is my biggest weakness for a level. I know that if any you know, new Super Luigi U speedrunners that are watching this, they're gonna be like, that is a terrible goal. And they would be right. It is terrible. You gotta take meds, Jade? Okay. Appreciate you lurking. You know, gotta go take your meds. You know, they're important. If we get PB on the very first try, after not doing this on stream for almost 2 years, that would be very, 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 very hilarious. This PB has stood for almost 5 years. I did mess up the fight, but honestly, it doesn't matter too much. Because I think I messed it up the same way in PB. And of course, because beating RPB would be too much fun, you know, that is not allowed to take place. Because, you know, we can't have that much fun. So... Hmm?
Oh yeah. Oh-ho.
Hmm.
Here we go.
I'm just putting that pinned message for people who might be coming in so that they know that the time save I'm getting, or at least most of it, is somewhat fake. Because I think that they deserve to know. Because if you come into the stream, and as you saw with the previous run, I was like 40 seconds ahead of PB after 7 airships. Okay, I can just end that attempt pretty quickly.
Okay. Woohoo! Here we go.
Okay. I know this is maybe my perfectionist talking, but I don't really need a run where I make a bunch of mistakes on the first level. That kind of is... How does... Okay, there we go. Now I'm disabling that twirling, because I don't want it to keep doing the twirls when I press the jump button.
Here we go.
That is kind of annoying, to be honest. I don't know who at Nintendo made that decision, but it is actually annoying. There we go. Now it's doing reasonable things. This feels so much better. If you ask me.
Phew, made it. Cha.
You know, I think this is the second time I have used the speedrun version of my layout. Because the last time was when I kind of tried to do low percent, a category that I invented. Thank you for the lurk, Arrows. That's like a Wii U 1S time. Are we sure we're playing the Switch version? Because, you know, I split on Fade Out. For better or worse. Of course. Your nephew is trying to cause chaos, as always. Okay, I need to practice how to do that level, because I cannot do it correctly. Like, at all. And I'm still ahead of PB, because of course I am. If I was, you know, playing on Switch 1, I would have lost a lot of time right there. But because I'm not... You know, even though I'm not going to, like, force stream to keep going until I get it, I really do hope I get a PP this stream. Because I want a Switch 2 run to compare against. That is actually half decent. You know, that's what I personally want. Because I don't know if I necessarily want to always be, like, 15 seconds ahead out of this tower. Because I think my PB is decent for Switch 1. But for Switch 2, with the same rough run, I can be much faster. Although part of me does wonder, why are the load times on this version so slow? Because if you're playing on Switch 1, the load times are actually slower than Wii U. You heard me right. That is the reason why the Wii U version's historically been the better one for speedrunning. Because the Wii U load times are just so much faster, it doesn't matter. Like, I get the Switch 1 wasn't as powerful as the Switch 2 is, but part of me feels like they didn't optimize this game well for the Switch 1.
Oh, secret.
like they could, at least in docked mode, they could have had it so on the Switch 1 loads were equal to the Wii U.
Here we go.
Hmm. Because here's the thing, on the Switch version, one secret is faster. Like, 6 seconds faster. And there's a cutscene that you can skip in this version, that you cannot skip in the Wii U version. So the Switch version should be the faster version of the game. But they scuffed the load time so bad that it doesn't matter. Those edges just don't matter. I think now with the Switch 2, I think the Switch 2 is technically now the fastest way to do this game. Don't quote me on that. Because with the Switch 2, from what rough comparisons with my splits, they do equal Wii U load times. And in practice, that just means the Switch version is faster. Actually, I realized that not so there's so the Wii U version, there's a cutscene you can't skip. One secret is slower, and there's also the Wii U version has Miiverse prompts after your first save, trying to say, oh, here's what Miiverse can do. They removed those prompts in the Switch version. No, first run did not end in a PB. I died in the level instead, because why would I succeed? You can tell we didn't PB because if we did, there's no way I would be almost 30 seconds ahead right now. Because the only reason I'm that ahead is the load times between Switch 1 and Switch 2. I did not just magically invent 30 seconds of time save.
Made it.
This feels like a level where there is potential for improvement. Like, if I was going to go into a 2020 speedrun arc again. Because it has been a historic weakness. There are certain levels I'm good at, certain ones I'm really bad at. Like, I would say one secret on both versions is a level I'm pretty good at. Relatively speaking. That's a good level. This one is not a good level for me. It just isn't. That could have went sideways.
Yes, I'm a winner.
Mm-hmm. That was much better RNG than last run.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, secret. Here we go.
You know, this level is interesting because sometimes I struggle with it a lot, and then other times I do really well with it. It kind of depends on the, do I remember how to do it? Go on. That is true. The thing here is, I know that. But I mean, this run's so far been pretty good. Only 11 seconds off of some of best, which I think is crazy. The real thing I need to do is learn how to do the Bowser fight. Because that's something I've never been good at, like, ever. Like, I could probably cut at least... Okay, I don't even know how much time I could save. If I... Now, losing Acorn here is not ideal at all, but of all the places where you can lose Acorn, not the worst. How dare the ads run? Depending on where that is going to put us, I might postpone it. I probably should have disabled the schedule ads, to be honest. That will be a little bit of time loss, but I don't think it really matters that much. Yeah, I'm just gonna snooze that ad because I think it legitimately would play during one of the last levels, and I do not want that to happen. Okay, we're actually behind the Switch 1 time, which is never a good thing at all. If we're doing worse than the Switch 1 split time, then we did really bad. That's just how that works. Because that means not only did we do worse, but like a lot worse. Oh, well, that's just time saved for the next run. And assuming I remember to do this level correctly, this is a big chance to separate even more. From PB. And I don't say that lightly. Because while there's only a few seconds here, the next level, if we still have Acorn, that is so much time saved. Even if we were on Switch 1, this would be a big opportunity. That was a little frightening there, but we didn't do what my PB did, which was lose Acorn in this level, which is always a win. Always. So, yeah, just look at how much possible time save there is. 25 seconds. This is absurd. It's ridiculous. I know I, like, kind of, that was very, very, very scoff, but I don't really care.
You made it.
We got most of the 25 seconds.
Here we go.
And here, we actually get to save time from PB as well. Because in my PB, I had to equip the Acorn I got from Fireworks in this split. So the time save just keeps coming. Yes, it's... I realize it was a very good thing I snoozed that ad. Because if I didn't... Right, the ad would be playing right now. Which, in my opinion, would be very bad.
Here we go.
So this is the second time we've reached this level today. There's pretty much two outcomes I can think of. Either we choke this, or PB. There's not really a third option. Because one does not lose a minute and 25 seconds of time save in the final level without choking. Just, I'm sorry.
Luigi! Help!
That is a PB. Right there. Over 5 years since my last PB.
I'm a winner.
You know, that's the stream moment of the year right there. Getting a PB on, like, my third attempt. And a big one at that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna send that to the NSMB series Discord. Because if I can find... Honestly... Bye. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like step away and take a break while the credits roll. I'm not gonna go to the BRB screen necessarily. I'm just gonna put some like I'll just put that there. And we'll let the credits roll.
yes, I'm a winner.
There we go, I'm back now. I'm gonna remove the pinned message to replace it with a new one, because now the issue of that is not as relevant anymore. So what I'm gonna say is got going. The PB was a 26-22 preliminarily. That is subject to change because I'm guessing that the run is probably going to get retimed. Going for an even better time now. I can probably... No, that's a bad idea. Let me see here. Let me just... I really should just make the text... Okay, that is even worse. So... what we'll do is... we'll not do any of that. I don't know what to do exactly, because I did not think I would actually get it. Hydrate? I'll do that.
Oh yeah. Woohoo.
But let me practice one of the points of... the points I didn't do as well at. Because clearly I'm a little out of practice with 5-1. Because I haven't really gotten the trick. You know, the last time I had a PB that was that close to my sob, or my sum of best, was weirdly enough, right when I got that PB. The PB I just beat. The 2802. I know it said like 2803 on my splits, but that's because I split late. So one thing I know is, in addition to uploading a VOD on the VODs channel, like I usually do, I'm going to be uploading a PB run on the main channel. Which, you know, that hasn't happened in forever. And I'm probably gonna update something in the description of the old PB to say, like, I have a new PB, go watch that. Part of me is tempted to go to all castles, but I don't really know if I can do that. I don't know, because the community challenge was just any percent. And so it would feel wrong to switch to a different category. Especially since... yeah, it would not feel right to me.
Okay. Here we go.
This is gonna be weird, because I have become somewhat used, in the few Switch 2 runs I've done, being used to a giant time save. But that's now gone. There's going to be extremely minimal time save, and I'm going to be back to the previous status quo of time save being extremely minimal or non-existent. Like, you know, that's going to be very common, what just happened right there. Is plus 0.0 out of 1-1. There's still time save in this run. Don't get me wrong. But there's just... I don't get time save for basically beating the level anymore. I actually have to work for it. Like, you know, now I feel comfortable comparing against this. Kind of. Yes, I have gotten a 255 before, or I could compare against... I kind of tried to avoid comparing against this before I got my... Okay, I'm not continuing this attempt. No way am I gonna do that. Yeah. Trying for better.
Okay. Here we go.
You know, when I started today, I knew that a PB was possible. But I didn't necessarily think that it would be that quick. I don't know, I was thinking that it would take much longer to do. Okay, I think we're still, we're like 0.2 ahead of PB. Yeah, that sounds about right, to be honest. The question here now is, which is going to get uploaded first? The 2622 PB or the VOD for the whole stream? Because that's the real question. This right here is a bit of an opportunity. It's probably one of our... Now, our best chance for time save is probably 7 Airship. I'm not saying... Well, not probably. Is. 7 Airship is the best opportunity for time save. Actually, this, you know, jungle tower segment, there's some time save here, not a lot. Mostly just, if I do tower skip slightly better, I could save time. And then we basically even out with PB. We actually lose time against PB. What's really funny here is, even if I ended stream right now, which would, by current standards, be like one of my shortest streams, this would still be like the second longest Luigi U stream I've ever done for, you know, any percent, or like where I'm speedrunning the game. Because 2020 was not able to stream for really any length of time. I didn't have the endurance back then that I do now. And actually, the one random session of attempts I did in 2024 is, for now at least, the longest Luigi U speedrun stream I've ever done. I don't think anything happened during that stream of note, because if something did happen, I would have saved it. You know, I don't like to reset there, but with how little time save I have, I don't think a failed tower skip is really worth continuing. I can only really fail it once.
Oh yeah.
That's the margin of error I have.
Here we go.
Okay, what am I doing here? I don't even do this low. I should probably do 5-1 with the D-pad, to be honest.
Here we go.
Okay, I'm playing as the wrong character for this. I need to be Nabbit, because that's what who I play as for this level in the any percent run. Although what I could do for the lulz, I could do any percent Luigi. Even though I really don't like any percent Luigi the most, because that way I'm still technically fulfilling the community challenge. Or any percent Nabbit, but any percent Nabbit is, in my opinion, the most obnoxious category. You know, not to say that I don't like any percent Nabbit, it's just to do it is obnoxious. I was asking the question of, do I upload the PB first or the VOD first? Actually, it's very clear. I need to upload the PB first. Because the PB attempt, I need to be able to submit that to speedrun.com as quickly as possible. Whereas the VOD, I just upload that for my own purpose. I mean, okay, I guess both are useful for their own reasons. I can say, here's the PB, and here's a session of me attempting runs before and after. So both are actually useful, but
Made it.
please explain to me why the bot is connecting. That doesn't sound right to me. The bot should never have disconnected. You know, what I've learned today is that my active avoidance of this for the last few years has been a mistake. Not to say that I should that coming back to this permanently is the right idea either, or at least as a primary thing, probably not. But that I should embrace my past as a Luigi U speedrunner much more often. Because who knows? Maybe the next time I stream this game, I can do something even crazier. Like, you know, maybe I can finally get an all castles PB. Or at least a good one that I feel like actually having uploaded. And on the leaderboard. And that me doing the low percent run that I invented that was kind of obnoxious, you know, for next year's affiliate anniversary stream, I'm probably just I'm going to do all castles instead of low percent, probably. Because all castles is just better. And plus, with the fact that in this game, you can't really do the first 2 secret exits without power-ups. Low percent is as long. Okay, I'm just gonna say this here, but a death anywhere is probably a reset at this point. Especially a death with... Okay, maybe a death with Nabbit is survivable, but... Especially because there's no longer I can just gold the final battle, or at least that's not as viable as an option as it used to be. Because I kind of, for lack of a better word, did get that gold. So if I'm doing anything that would get me more than 30 seconds behind, it's not even worth continuing that attempt. Or at least it would only be worth it for practice. But at that point, it would be better for me to just practice those levels properly. Congrats on the 15 streak, Mineko. Yes, I did get a PB earlier, and a pretty big one while we're at it, Mineko. Because my PB heading into today was a 28:02, set all the way back in 2020. I got a PB of that was, you know, a 28-22. So over a minute and a half improvement. Now, it should be said that because of the fact I'm playing on the Switch 2, that a lot of that time save was artificial. But even still, I had a much better run. Even if you did load time conversions, I would have still gotten a pretty big PB. I don't think as big as those numbers suggest, but still pretty large. And, you know, now we're just trying for better, basically. Because, you know, this stream needs to be, you know, a minimum length. For it to be acceptable. And the only way to make the stream longer is to go for another PB. Because I still have room to improve. You know, 7 Airship in particular is a level that I'm going to be focusing on. Because I didn't make any, like, terrible mistakes, but I definitely messed up that level a bit. Seven Airship is definitely the weakness of the new run. Now, with my PB, I do feel like it is possible that the final time is different. Because I'm going to imagine that the speedrun mods are going to retime it. Because I don't know if I was I probably pressed the split button a little late. Just because I'm not... With how this game works, timing ends the second Bowser's defeated. And, you know, I'm really good with fade-out splits, but that one I'm not as good at. And my last PB, they did retime it because they made it I originally thought it was a 2803, but then one of the speedrun mods, when they were verifying it, they realized that actually it was a 2802. Now, back then, that didn't really surprise me, because I had, like, a 2803.2, so the idea I was 0.21 seconds late... Yeah, that seems... that makes sense. I don't expect to get a retime to change it that much. I will have to rewatch. Although, if I get a time that's within 1 second to either direction of the current PB, I'm probably going to save both. Just in case. But if I get another PB that's like a 26:15, I'm not even going to bother saving this run onto YouTube. Or the current PB that I'm comparing against. Because it wouldn't matter at that point. I'm gonna save some time here just because my 5-1 in PvE was a little scuffed. I have no idea what that says, newbie, and you know, you can do your normal Portuguese stuff, but note that I cannot easily access Google Translate, because that's not how this works. But what I can tell you is I got a PB while you weren't looking, so...
Here we go.
So yeah, there's that. And now, all of the sudden, my, you know, time save is much more reasonable. Depending on how much time I've lost, because I know I've lost a lot of time, this run might just be a wash, and might... I'll keep it going, I guess, but... Now we're in the world where if I'm gonna have any... where I can get very much behind the PB by a lot. But I can't really get ahead of it by too much. The good news is we can make up most of this time in 7 Airship. But the margin is pretty tight. And if we lose any substantial time in Kamek, it becomes pretty much mathematically impossible. Especially since most of the potential margin for getting a gold split evaporated with the PB run. I can probably still improve my gold in the final level, but it no longer is something where I can salvage a lost run with that. It's just that margin no longer exists. Or if it does exist, it's very minimal. Like, I would still have to... My best possible time would probably have to be, like, within 5 seconds of my PB at most for a gold on that to matter. Because that's previously something that could keep what feel like lost attempts going, is just the... I know I can do Final Battle much better. Do you have to get all the star coins here? Absolutely no. But I'm gonna do it because I can.
Phew, made it. Ha! Ha! Yo! Yeah!
Like, you know, one thing I would do if I was desperate enough is potentially
Here we go!
go for the 76 strats for this level, where you finish it with 76 seconds remaining, but I'm not gonna do that. That is something I only do if I'm really desperate. Where I need any time save I can get. I'm gonna keep this going until 7-2,
Phew, made it.
just so that I can see how badly.
Ha!
But PB's probably become impossible.
Here we go!
But that's fine. Because here's the thing, you don't just lose time for losing Acorn. You usually have to get Acorn again, and that loses its own time. Yeah, this is not... We'll see here what happens. If Kamek is even slightly a problem, I'm gonna just probably give up this run. Like, because it's clear to me that there's no way I'm gonna... This attempt getting PB is basically impossible at this point. Even if I tie my sum of best, which... Pro tip! If a scenario for you getting PB requires you to tie your sum of best, the run's over. Especially for any game that isn't like the original Super Mario Brothers. I like how I have perfect Kamek RNG on a run that's effectively meaningless. Like, you know, thank you, Kamek, for not making it worse, but also... I don't really care. This is not a...
Here we go!
But to me, I'm gonna like keep going. I don't know when I'm gonna stop, really. It's gonna be when sum of best gets over, or best, not sum of best, best possible time is like a 26:30 or worse. Assuming that doesn't happen before we get into World 8. Or we die.
Here we go.
Okay, that's not ideal. That's like... That's some time loss.
Yeah, I'm a winner.
I want to see, what is our comparison against worst? Okay.
Ho-ho!
We're still ahead of worst segments by a lot. But part of me wonders if that's the most accurate. Because I have, on occasion, reset my splits. I don't do it with these ones that often, but I don't know if that's completely accurate. Plus, I created this file on a different PC. I like how I just messed up the pipe entrance for no reason. Because apparently losing time that is really silly is something we're gonna do, I guess. We're probably, you know... This is, like, really silly here, because 1 hour ago, this would be on TV pace right now, probably. Or at minimum... Okay, yeah, we're just going for a worst segment here. Yeah, this is... There's a reason we're comparing against this. I like how my worst ever, my, sum of worst is only 31 minutes. Like, I'm kind of surprised. Because if this included 2020 stars, or not even 2020, 2019 stars, before I actually started streaming even, when I was just doing this off camera, or, off stream, I'm surprised my sum of worst is not like 33 minutes or something like that. Like, yes, we're doing any percent here. To be honest, I'm just doing this run so that I actually play the late game levels. I'm not really doing this run because it actually makes sense for me to do it. PB is impossible. Because my new PB is a 26-22.
Bye-bye. Here we go.
So, at this point, this is more just a glorified practice for World 8, where I have the timer on for pretend's sake. I know, newbie. But this run's kind of already dead anyway. Plus, right there, those fireballs, they're completely random. They're completely random, newbie. So because of that, they can do really annoying things. I need to know why on the planet I have a 146 on this level. That probably was included a death of some kind. And
Here we go.
I know that there are patterns, but there's one pattern that always gets me. Like, I can never do it fast and not take damage. One of the only reasons this run is still going is
Here we go.
the ad break is somewhat soon. And I don't want an ad break during an actually good run, so I want it to either be during a dead run or a break. Because this run kind of has fallen off of the deep end, to be honest.
Bye-bye.
It started when I failed Tower Skip in 5 Tower. Or at least I had to do it second try and from the left side. Now we're getting into the territory where even if I didn't PB, this run would be dead. And I'm just gonna abandon that attempt entirely. Now, the ads are in 5 minutes, but I'm just gonna go quickly practice the level, and then I will take the ad break like I normally do. Because it was the level that kind of precipitated the run collapsing, I'm gonna do 5 Tower. You know, 5 Tower is one of the most difficult levels in the run. Because, you know, normally you would use a snake block. But you can just skip that part. Okay, yeah. If we get to that ledge, we're good. That's all that actually matters, because the rest of the level's movement is so easy that it doesn't. I can do it pretty freely. You know, just for fun, I'm going to try the harder but technically faster version of the skip. Because it is technically faster. I like how I just get left side skip first try on accident. You know, there was a time in, like, I want to say 2021, where I like to say that left side was actually the easier of the versions. It's not. But it is weird, because, like, sometimes I'm more consistent with the trick, the left side, which, you know, is the harder version.
Here we go.
Probably just because it's precise movement and not, you have to kind of twirl in a pattern that sometimes I'm good at doing. One thing that is nice with the left side version, though, is you kind of can try it as many times as you want. Whereas with right side, you really only get one attempt.
Here we go.
Now, the reason we do all of this is because the snake block is really slow. But the ads are going to be in a minute, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break, and we will be back in a few minutes with more attempts. So, see you all then. And we are back. So, you know, let's get going with some more attempts.
Here we go. Phew, made it. Oh.
Huh. Oh wait, I just realized I forgot the split there. Oops. So that split's gonna be that might be a problem. I always find it silly how the longest like cutscene or the longest period in the speedrun where you go without really doing anything is the one secret to 5-1 transition. It's longer than the Nabbit cutscene that exists in the Wii U version and the any percent Luigi variant of this game. Now, I already know where most or all that time loss compared to some of best comes from. And it's 5-1. Because 5-1's the one early game level I'm never quite that good at. I've never really fully gotten down the super speed vine strat. And then, you know, 5 tower is just kind of 5 tower. This is the level that will kill my attempts. It kills them quite often. Okay, we got the lower part of that ledge, which... not ideal, but you do lose some time, but it's fine. Plus, it's not like we're losing time to PB. That's not good.
Yes, I'm a winner.
Losing our acorn there is not bad, but honestly, as long as I don't royally mess up the ghost house, I'm gonna be fine, because I can just get that acorn in Flight of the Parabeetles. So I can just get it in 5S. You know, one thing here is there are good spots to lose
Here we go.
or there are really bad spots to lose acorn, and then there's whatever spots, and that boss is whatever spot really.
All right.
Oh, so because I'm gonna have to wait a second for fireworks, I think. No, I don't, because I was that slow.
Oh, oh, secret.
So we're gonna be behind PB now. And we're gonna be more behind PB here. I just need to, you know, Kamek needs to be alright, and when we get to the airship, we need to,
Here we go.
you know, not lose like 10 seconds. Okay, what am I doing? Now, each time you equip a power-up, you do lose a little bit of time because the game pauses for a few frames, but that doesn't matter. You always want to have Acorn. Acorn always saves more time than whatever the, like, split second the game freezing is. Always. At least in any percent. In some categories, there are times where you actually don't want to use the acorn. Where you want to use, like, a penguin suit. Because even though the acorn suit is generally the best power-up in the game, there are some levels where that's not the case. Oh, come on. I don't... Why are you going into that layout?
Yo, yeah, yo.
I like how I accidentally got a gold in this level, so now...
Here we go.
Or maybe I tied both. You know, just losing a second on 7-1 of all levels.
Made it.
Normally I get this level every single time. Oh, almost 2 actually. Yeah, that tracks. I thought I was gonna get a 73 to be honest.
Here we go.
So... I probably got like a really low 74.
Made it. Cha. Here we go.
This is one of the... I think this is the only level in the whole any percent route where you start it by pressing left. Now, if you do left side, also 5 tower. But I don't usually do left side. Because the only scenario I would do it is if I'm somehow absurdly behind. But generally, if I'm more than like 5-10 seconds behind PB before 5 tower, I probably just reset the attempt. Because that run's getting off to a... Because I kind of consider anything before 5 tower to be early run.
Yes, I'm a winner.
But it's fine. Being like 5 seconds behind, because we just have to get to 7 airship and then we can make up all that time and erase it. And suddenly we're 5 seconds ahead.
Here we go.
Which in my opinion is the more important part of the calculation. I mean, even if that's not ideal, we have to wait for fireworks anyway, so... Ooh, yeah, that's not actually good, though. Losing
Oh, see.
a second here is not what we want. Ludwig's Cycle Castle. Our best possible time is a 26:08.
Here we go.
Which, that just sounds crazy. Because I think before today, my sum of best was not even that good. With those doors, you basically have to enter them at the exact center. Which, I'm not quite good enough at this game to be able to do that.
I'm a winner.
See, there we go. There's what I was talking about. There's 16 seconds right here. And if we can capitalize
Ho-ho!
on that,
Yo.
we can get massively ahead, like sub 19 even. Let me see, what is best split time? Yeah, we can get much better than that.
Whoa. Wow. Whoa. Wow.
We're already ahead.
Whoa. Yeah, I'm a winner.
Doo-ba-doo-doo-doo. So look at that. Now we're 13 seconds ahead.
Ho-ho! Wow.
So suddenly that, like, rough stretch in World 5 and World 7, suddenly that does not seem to matter anymore. One downside here is that now we're competing against my best ever World 8. Just straight up. There's not really a way to say anything else. Hmm.
Oh, secret.
I guess not the best. I guess there is still some room, because I did kinda mess this level up. This level was a little bit scuffed.
Here we go.
Hmm. There we go. That's a much better 8-4 than my PB currently has. And for once, I mean,
Phew, made it.
who knows?
Ja. Here we go.
Hmm. I don't know if I wanted to bounce off of that second bomb, but it didn't really do anything.
Phew, made it.
So we are back in the final battle.
Here we go.
We are on PB pace by quite a bit. I think this one, if we do the boss just as well, we will PB.
Yes, I'm a winner.
But there's no wiggle room. None whatsoever. If I do the boss, I mean, maybe I can save a little bit of time with the boss, but it's very marginal. And there's...
Luigi! Help!
That's not good. Yeah, I think that is, so PD is either impossible now, or much harder. Yeah, now... Yeah, no. You know what? I'm just gonna reset this time. I'm not gonna, because yeah. I kind of already messed up the final fight enough that getting a PB isn't possible. And it's not like I particularly gain anything from practicing the fight, because I already messed it up too much. To where no practice would have been useful.
Here we go.
You know, here's another thing, is so that 2622 is that's the first time I've ever gotten a PB on stream. Thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous, but they are appreciated. Welcome on in, Tark. So that's the world record holder in the chat, I believe. At least, I haven't looked in a while. Are you still the world record holder, Tark? I don't know if I can get a 25, even with Switch 2. Because I'm not consistent enough to actually get a 25. That's not gonna happen. If I actually put my mind to Luigi U, maybe I could get a 25. Maybe. Oh, it is. The only reason I'm even doing Luigi U today is because I had this community challenge to do Luigi U Any percent speed runs, and somehow my community was able to get the 25,000 channel points for that to happen. I did not expect to get a PB today, let alone the PB I got. Like, I knew I could do it, but it was kind of absurd. I know, like, Tark, you're probably going to be advocating for me to do more Luigi U, which you might be right. I definitely am going to do more of this. But, you know, I just started the other challenge runs that, you know, I actually planned to do. Let me compare against what's balanced. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, though, because my time save is very uneven. There we go. Now we're ahead of our PB. Or, I'm ahead of my PB now. So for any people like Tark who might want to know, there is one level where I can save a lot of time, and that's 7 Airship, because first of all, I took damage during the level, and then I kind of messed up the boss fight. That's where most of my time save is currently concentrated. And I don't say that lightly. If I reach it, you will immediately see why.
Here we go. Bye-bye.
You know, a tower skip fail, that's one that happens quite a lot to me.
Here we go.
Because, you know, it's just difficult. So sometimes I don't press the button there, I press the spin button way too late. Sometimes I do it a little too early. I would say I get it, you know, at least 50% of the time I get tower skip.
Made it.
Hmm. Hmm. I always get a 175. Like, I sometimes get a 176, not often. I don't know if there's something different I need to do or something, but they're definitely... I definitely need to do something different. Hmm. Hmm. Now, once the stream is over, I'm going to, like, immediately post the PB to YouTube. And it's kind of a good thing I started a bit earlier than I normally do. Because I have more time to make sure I can upload that as quickly as possible. Ah, I should have realized that was gonna do that. What was I doing? I need to... Is there a way I can change my OBS hotkeys so that it doesn't... I think I just need to make sure I don't have... You know, I've done some Switch 2 runs off stream. And, you know, I did some before getting my PB earlier today. And so because of that, I had become somewhat used to the idea that there's just a lot of time I can save. That's just kind of what I've become used to. So now it kind of is going to be a bit of an adjustment to only being a little ahead means I'm still doing good. And not seeing, like, minus 15 already by now. Because one thing that's nice about this now being a Switch 2 PB is... if I gain time, it will reflect that, and if I lose time, it will reflect it. And I also just like how decisive of a margin my new PB is, because I cannot tell myself, oh, because like if I gotten a 27, like 30, my mind would have probably been like, I only got this because of loads. I did not actually do any better. But the fact it was 1 minute and 40 seconds means that I pretty decisively
I'm a winner.
beat it. And I can also just point to World 8. Because World 8, I did a lot better. I probably saved like 1 minute in World 8. And that's not me exaggerating. I legitimately did save an entire minute in World 8. In my PB. Probably.
Here we go. Yes.
Why did I press the pause button? I must have like slipped my finger or something. Okay, that's actually bad. That is a giant amount of unnecessary time loss. The good news is, if I make any catastrophic mistakes, that it's going to be somewhat masked by this. So if I take damage in A1, I'm not going to lose all of the time I did in my old PB.
Here we go.
But that is actually really bad. Because that's a good chunk of, like, my margin of error gone. If I mess up 7 Airship again, which, given my track record today, is a very possible event, that probably means PB becomes impossible without goals.
Phew, made it.
Yes, you lose about
Ha.
5 seconds for the cut, for the, like, the first menu prompt you get.
Yeah. Yo. Ha.
So that sounds about right.
Here we go.
Okay, I need to actually, like, practice 7-1, because apparently I am
Oh.
just bad at it for some reason now. Yeah, I don't ever struggle with 7-1, though. So, it's weird. I should never... I guess it's just some days you struggle on levels you don't normally do.
Here we go.
Now, when I do the Wii U version, this is the one level where I go against what the world record does. I do this level as Luigi on purpose, even though Nabbit's technically faster. And the reason that I go against that is because I cannot do 7-1 as Nabbit in a quick, fast, or efficient manner reliably.
Here we go.
I can't. I want to practice that, like, strategy there. The strategy that
Here we go.
saves a second that I never do because it's too unreliable. Yeah, that's right there is why I never do it in runs. Because it's just not...
Here we go.
It's a great way for me to kill a run. Hello, Leon.
Here we go.
Yeah, you know, this is why you rely on the Discord notification, because Discord does it every single time. And if you do something in the Discord, you can, like, have it so it pings you when the go live notification in the server is sent out. I did get a PB, Leon, so a 26-22.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo.
I just realized the ads are going to be playing, like, would be playing during the next run. Yes, because I forwarded what I sent in the New Super Mario Bros. Series Discord.
Here we go. Oh.
You know, right now I'm just trying to make sure that I
Here we go.
can do the levels that have been causing a bit of a sore spot.
Here we go.
I don't know if you knew that, Leon, but you can skip the snake block in this level. And you don't need a P acorn to do it. And I'm pretty sure you might even be able to skip it coinless. You just have to do... You probably... Left side's probably required if you want to do it coinless. I forgot. Yeah, you have to make sure you go. You actually go left though when you.
Here we go.
You know, right now I'm just kind of trying some stuff for fun to see if you can do either version of Tower Skip coinless. And also just trying to practice them in general.
Here we go.
I don't really know why I'm practicing left side, because I don't usually do it in actual runs. I usually just go... I don't think you can necessarily. So yes, in the Luigi U Any % run, it is actually fastest to get star coin 3. That is the optimal way to do this level.
Here we go.
Why it is, I don't know. What? And then let's just get some 5-1 attempts, but 5-1 requires us to be a different character. Because... of course it does. I will say, Leon, you weren't the only person I forwarded the PB message to. Because there's another person I forwarded it to who actually did speedruns of this game in the past, who is also somehow in my server. The other person was Nivadra, because they've speedrunned this game themselves as well, and also and they're kind of the other person I associate with this game. Although I associate you more with Mario U, because that was the challenge run you did first. Now let's do 7 Airship, because 7 Airship has repeatedly been a problem. Honestly, it's probably easier to warp to Peach's castle. That sounds about right to me.
Here we go.
Okay, this is why you go for the path that has the star coin instead. Any, not that I can immediately think of. I mean, the most advanced thing I can think of is everything involving 5 Tower. I don't think there's any particular tech, at least that's Luigi U specific. But because those ads are gonna play soon, I'm gonna take a break and I will be back in a few minutes when those ads are over with some more attempts. And you know, maybe we get a PB. I don't know. But see you all in a few minutes. And we are back. So let's do some more attempts, I guess.
Here we go.
Hmm.
Phew, made it. Ja. Okay. Oh-ho.
Okay, we need something other than OBS to be the top window.
Phew, made it.
One thing I know is this is not going to be a time I easily beat.
Ha.
Just because it's the least wiggle room I've had for a PB since October of 2020. And there isn't the wiggle room of time save I can find from somewhere else or do because I have bad goals. There just isn't. The distance. Okay. Bedtime for you. Good night, Jade. I hope you sleep well. I don't know how optimized it is, but it used to be there was a lot of room for me to improve Leon, but a lot of that margin gone. There's only, and most of my current margin is from just one level. Leon. There's only, if I did 7 airship like even somewhat respectably, I would have like a 2615. At minimum. So we're in a dead heat with my PB right now. I want to see, what is my sum of best is exactly a 2552. What about my... Balanced? That's... I don't like that at all. You know, I could compare against latest run, technically speaking, but that's just PB with a different name. So it's pointless. You know, the world record holder, Park, came in earlier in this stream saying, you know, good luck on getting like a 25 or whatever. But a 25 for me is, I think, out of the question. Because we're not even at 5 tower yet, and I've already lost 3 seconds compared to Sum of Bass.
Here we go.
And could my Sum of Best maybe go down a little more? Yes. But not enough to make getting a sub 26 something that is reasonable. Okay, I'm just finding some really weird ways to mess up 5 tower here. We're probably going to be behind after this. But, you know, that is most of the margin of error for 25. And all because I expected to have to do a spin twice. I don't know how I didn't lose more time there and how I'm basically right in line with PB. But whatever, I guess. I guess I must have done the boss better or something. We just need to keep parity until 7 airship. Because then we can really separate. I don't know about that one, but sure, we'll go with it. I need to know why 2020 me labeled this Boo's favorite nightmare. Cause like, I mean, it's not the easiest level as Luigi, but I don't think it's that hard. My only guess is it's to contrast the when you do it as Nabbit, because as Nabbit, that level is legitimately one of the easiest levels in the whole game.
Here we go.
In the speedrun. That's my only guess. For the record, despite the split names suggesting otherwise, I have not yet beaten the level today with an in-game timer reading 36. Because, of course I haven't. That would be crazy.
Phew, made it. Oh. Yo. Ha. Yeah.
You know, our PB includes a gold in this level, so you know. That's fun.
Here we go. Phew, made it.
You know, we beat our gold split there. By like a few frames. The acorn suit really trivializes everything. Because, you know, there's supposed to be a level there.
Made it. Cha. Yo. Here we go.
This level always is kind of a bit of a... It can be something. Because Kamek's completely random.
Ha. Cha. Ha. Cha.
And then I can just, you know, find ways to mess up the first room. Which is... the only room you have full control over how you do it. I don't blame you, because this level coinless is obnoxious. You know, neither Coinless Star or Speedrunner Star particularly likes this level, to be honest. Coinless Star doesn't like this level because... You know why Coinless Star doesn't like this level. And Speedrunner Star doesn't like it because it's complete RNG.
Yeah, I'm a winner.
Ooh, that's bad. Especially because we still have to regain Acorn, which loses its own time. So... you can probably say goodbye to any chance for PB. Unless if we somehow get a gold somewhere, but I don't know how that would take place. Unless you're somehow suggesting we gold final battle again. Because that's like the only place where I can do that. Now I have to do fireworks.
Oh, easy.
And here's the very funny thing. If I didn't PB earlier, I think that this run, it would still be very realistic for this to be like a potential PB run. Even despite all that. But you know, now that I have that 26-22, there's no chance. Especially with that time including my fastest ever Bowser kill.
Yeah, I'm a winner. Ho-ho!
Oh wait, I forgot to split because I'm a fool. So yeah, so for like any Tarks out there, I lost almost 18 seconds in the airship. It's just kind of everything went wrong in this level that really could have went wrong. Short of me actually dying. I guess I didn't take damage during the Bowser Jr. fight. That would have been probably not too long. Like, I'll do whatever. This run plus one more run past, like, 7 Tower. Because I do need to make sure I upload the PB from today's stream so I can submit that to speedrun.com.
Yeah, I'm a winner.
Here's a very silly thing, Leon, but so I'm on the leftmost platform intentionally, because it is significantly faster to be on that leftmost platform. Okay, I at least... So I saved, like,
Ho-ho!
4 seconds in total against PB. That's not good. I know, and you're using the wave emote. I don't know if that was the emote you were intending to use. I think you more meant... I don't know which one you would have wanted to use, but you used the wave one. This level is
Here we go.
one that has been kryptonite to me before. Because the secret exit RNG is just... It can cause you to take damage to a fireball if you don't exactly know the patterns well.
Oh, secret. Oh,
You know, I'm only really continuing this run because... Hello, Crazy YO.
here we go.
I have no idea. I did remove the evil star layout. I removed all of the normal custom filters that apply because the speedrun mods might not be the happiest if I'm using custom filters for my stream. And, you know, I would rather my runs be accepted than rejected. Okay. Now this attempt is pretty much dead at this point. There's not really anything I can do to salvage it. Yeah, no. I'm not gonna...
Oh.
You know, Elevator Skip put that attempt out of its misery.
Oh yeah. Oh. Here we go.
I did run the Wii U version, however, I never got a time. But I did do it. It's definitely been a while since I've done any Luigi U speedruns. It's been months since I've done any attempts. It's been almost 2 years since I've done it on stream at all.
Phew, made it.
But, you know, somehow, despite this being more of like a joke thing,
Oh.
I somehow got a PB today. I don't know if joke is the right word, but either way, I did not... I know you were not around then, but yeah, just for fun, kind of, because I kind of challenged my community to pool their channel points, so if they could get 25,000, I would do this stream. They got that, somehow. I don't know how it happened, but it did. Because this used to be my primary game for stream back in the day. Back in the day, my stream was just me speedrunning this. Which is why the title is what it is. I will say, though, that the second I end this stream, I'm gonna make sure I upload the new PB so that all of you can see it for yourselves. Yes. I'll probably also highlight it on Twitch as well. I also, one thing I should probably do is I'm gonna need to work on my speedrun layout, because I kind of just put this together because I wanted something there, but I feel like I'm gonna want something a little bit better. Now here's a, a contrast between current me and 2020 me, is with 2020 me, this stream would have ended already. It would have ended the second I got the PB, pretty much. Assuming I even got to that point. No. At least, to my knowledge, it doesn't matter enough that I specifically try to get the top or the bottom or somewhere else. I just kind of get wherever it is I'm gonna get. I like to get the top when possible, just because then I get a 1-up.
Yeah, I'm a winner.
Now, there's someone in chat who might be able to answer the question of where on the goal pole is optimal better, but to my knowledge, it doesn't matter that much. And if it does matter, it doesn't matter at my level. It only matters if you're at world record level. Which, try as I might, I'm not.
Here we go.
That's not good at all. That's really bad. I'm just gonna say that is... A death in 5 ghost house is not a normal event. Definitely a little out of the ordinary. Yes.
Here we go.
Nabbit is like slightly faster for flagpole animations. So in levels where Luigi and Nabbit are tied, Nabbit is almost always the faster character. Almost always.
Phew, made it.
The problem here is that Nabbit doesn't save enough time in the levels after 5 Tower to justify switching to him in this version. If we were playing on the Wii U version, I would have done 5 Ghost House and 5S as Nabbit. But on this version, you don't. And Luigi for 5 Tower is kind of a mandatory thing, because I think Nabbit is just 30 seconds slower in 5 Tower. Like, I'm not joking. Because you can't do tower skip as Nabbit, it's not possible. Really? The why did the 1-up loses time? I did not know that. I've operated for like close to 6 years now on the assumption that it didn't matter where on the flag you touched. Because I started doing Luigi U speedrun attempts all the way in 2019. Because, like, with 1-1 and whatnot, like, we're a lot of levels. I actively go for the top when possible. See, this is why I said there was a person in chat who would know more than me. Because, you know, Crazy-O has actually been speedrunning this game in recent years, unlike me, who has taken a bit of a backseat. We do have one already. Just type the Miss 82 lol and you'll get the emote you're looking for. Okay. This is why I need to disable my command that objects to month, day, year. Yeah, that sounds about right. See, Luigi U has always been my favorite speed game. Because I've really only ever speedrun Luigi U. So either I'm speedrunning Luigi U or I'm not doing any speedruns of any kind. Fair. Maybe, Leon.
Here we go.
Maybe.
Oh. Ah, oh. Ah.
Hmm. Because here's the problem, you know, with the month, day, year command. Is I found too many examples of where it triggers when it really shouldn't, because StreamerBot doesn't really know how to do it the way I intend for it to work.
Yeah, I'm a winner. Oh.
NSMBW Cannonless. I see. You want your 25 in this category? I mean, I don't blame you. I don't...
Here we go.
You know, even though I technically could get a 25 because my sum of best is a 2551, that's not my goal right now. Because I don't really think I have the consistency or capability to get that time. Yes, day, month, year is the, in my opinion, correct way to do it. Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Unless I fail in some really spectacular fashion, this will probably be the last run of the stream. Now next you're gonna tell me that hitting the P switch and going for the star coin somehow loses time.
Phew, made it.
You know, just ignore what my split says there. So, for the record, my gold here does not do the strategy where you go between the fuzzies at the start. I go over them. So I probably could technically improve that gold, but I'm never doing that strat in an actual run.
Phew, made it. Ah. Yeah, here we go.
Now, my last run I made it to Kamek, but Kamek kind of killed the run. What do you want to say, Crazy-O?
Phew, made it. Oh. Yeah. Here we go.
That is silly. You know, clearly the answer is just not to get the star coins, even though I do it just kind of because it's silly. And now let's see if Kamek is going to be be a troll. Because I'm sure you can count numerous runs that have died to Kamek. Because he really is a troll.
Yes, I'm a winner.
Don't worry, it's fine. We still have a bunch of time save in 7 Airship. So we can erase most of that time loss we just got. You know, it's perfectly, everything's fine. Smile.
Yo, here we go. Oh, secret.
You know, just to show you this, here, let me make sure I know what my... So we have 17 seconds of time saved in 7 Airship. I guess that is true, but I don't usually get the star. I don't know. Because my mind kind of forgets it's even there. But I don't, unless if... I know that there's now a strat to get 89 in that level, but I don't know what you do exactly. Oh, so you don't know this, Leon. If you have a star, you can clip through the base of the flagpole. That's what Crazy Yo is talking about. You know, I've seen the flagpole glitch. I've actually done it before, but in 1-2's normal exit. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I will show you, Leon, when this run's completed, one way or another. Or when this run's over. Whether that be IPB or something else. Yes, exactly. I have a question for you, Crazy-O. What do you think happened for me to lose 17 seconds in this level in my PB?
Yo. Wow.
Well, that's part of the answer. But the other thing that happened is I took damage, and so I had to get Acorn again. That probably didn't lose me too much time, but it definitely lost me some. And I also...
Whoa.
Probably because there aren't that many levels you can do it in, and you have to speedrun the game to even be able to pull it off. Just in case, I'm gonna snooze that ad.
Yeah, I'm a winner.
Hmm. See, look at that. Suddenly we're 2 seconds ahead of PB.
Ho ho.
The one downside is that I got a bunch of golds in this world that I'm comparing against. Which is not ideal
Here we go.
at all. There's only one level I'm like not comparing against a gold, and that's 8-4. That's not good. It happened in my, not this PB, but my former PB. You know, the one I had at the Stardust stream. The 2802 on the Switch 1 that I completely shattered.
Yo. Ha. Yo. Ha.
And I'm sure you can attest to this, Crazy-O, but this is one of the worst places to take damage in the whole game.
Ha. Oh.
Like, I don't know if there's a worse spot.
Yeah. Oh. Phew, made it.
Hmm. we can probably say goodbye to...
Here we go.
Why is that how that balances out? I don't agree with that, like, at all. This should not, even in a balanced scenario, this should not have 6 seconds of time save. My only guess is for why is because of the fact I take damage and ain't won semi-often.
Phew, made it. Here we go.
I like how I'm still over 4.5 minutes ahead of my worst.
Yeah, I'm a winner.
Luigi! Help!
So, pre-rolls might be on. I'm sorry about that, but that's just how Twitch does things. I mean, not a PB, but something. So what that kind of... Well, what's... I'm gonna end here. So I'm gonna see... Who should I raid for today? Okay, there's no one... Oh, right, yes. I need to show you the thing, you're right. I'll show you the thing and then and while I'm doing that, I'll see if there's... I almost forgot about that, to be honest. So,
Here we go.
okay, I'm just gonna do this as Luigi because I can't be bothered to switch characters. But you can do it as any character you want, I think.
Yes.
So, there you go. That's the thing right there. You can just clip through. Like absolutely nothing. I know. It doesn't make any sense. So, yes. It's a thing. I don't know. So, I think the person I'm going to raid is the Death King 44. They are currently doing Hollow Knight. Yes, indeed. Jank alert. So, let's go say hi to the Death King. So, until next time, bye!